Here's the list we'll be running tonight. Yo, how's it going, Foul 3? Yeah, I'm just gonna run by the quick change I'm making for tonight. I think it's something I've been wanting to try for a while, and that's we have a certain I would like to call it trader that's being welcomed back. So Leovold is ironically an elf, but is one of the biggest hate bears against elves in Legacy, and typically in the past nice, that's awesome. Yeah, I hope I can play on Sunday personally, but we'll see how I feel first. That's the only day because Saturday's time is at midnight where I'm at. I'm on the West Coast. Tomorrow I have work, and as tempted as I am, I don't think I should be taking a day off work just to play an event, unfortunately. So hopefully Sunday I'll be able to make that one. But Leovold, I think, is a card I've been wanting to try. I last played him pretty consistently, I would say. Well, I've tried him on and off, but the last time I played him regularly was when Deathrite Shaman was legal, but right before Archon of Valor's Reach got printed on and was available on paper. So yes, there was a time when Deathrite, Leovold, Archon were all possibilities at the same time. It was only about a month though. So before Archon got printed, we had only two colors essentially, or two duels in two bodies. So at the time I splashed a third for the Trop to play Leovold. And once Archon got printed, I thought Savannah was I played Savannah instead because I think Archon is just worth it. But as it turned out, over the years, I've realized that you don't really need a Savannah to play Archon. Just because it's 6 mana, most of the time you're gonna be natural ordering or green sunning for it anyways. Also, if you have 6 mana, there's a good chance that one of your 3 Birch Lords will be out. Play a Reclaimer Elves deck that would appear to have a distance. Nice. Yes, the distant ancestor would be, you know, you want to go back to PT Berlin. This boy here teamed up with 4 Birch Lords and 4 Heritage Druid to, I think it was like 6 out of the top 8 for PT Berlin in Extended. I didn't play Magic at the time, but I do love studying a little bit about history and especially a deck that I play. But in general, I'm a historian of whatever hobbies I'm into, so it was nice to look back and see what the elves the list looked like back then. The glimpse lines aren't too different. You know, Queen Ranger wasn't legal and extended at the time, but most of the combo pieces are still there. You still have Glimpse, you still have Heritage Druid, Birchlore Rangers. You still have the Wirewood Elvish Visionary combo. So, excuse me, I have a little bit of a cold. So I may cough a little more tonight. Hopefully that's not gonna be too disruptive. But I think I've been doing some thinking lately, and I wanted to try Leovold again because with the smoothest mana base that we have, I think one trop is not too hard to ask because there's no Savannah now. Because I played in their Moto Legacy event. Oh, nice. So are you File 3 also on Moto, or do you go by a different name? I saw that there was a list with three Nettle Sentinels by Zio Francone that was posted. I don't know if that's you. Probably not because that one had three, I think, Nettle Sentinels. But I would have to check the list. And today's been a busy day at work, so I haven't been able to follow up with looking at lists online today, unfortunately. The sideboard, Salamanca. Okay, I'll take a look at it later. Should be interesting. Two Nettles gives you a decent chance to have a little bit extra speed when you need a goldfish, which is relevant in the mirror. It also, without having four, you don't have as many dead draws against maybe like a control deck. Two Duress, I'm playing at the moment because I think Doomsday is a good deck, and unfortunately, I've been missing on Cabal Therapy a little bit too much for my liking. So I'm gonna play Duress for now. I think it's good because you don't want to miss, and there's I've been running to the mirror a lot, which is tough because I think we're not favored. Uh, Only because they're a little faster, and Shepard happens to be good in that matchup because when there's a board stall, it usually wins, or it can win there. The sideboard, I like Surgical Extraction. Again, it's more respect for Doomsday. Also with 6 discard, it's like decent against Show and Tell decks too, especially against Cunning Wish versions that run Intuition. 4 Bib Decay, just because I don't want to ever lose to Delver. I mean, it can happen, but generally speaking, we have a very good Delver matchup. Cabal Pit, just the usual suspects today with the Leovold. And again, we're cutting the 9th fetch for the Trop, and I don't know how it go. I played one league with it yesterday. I went 4-1, and the loss I felt like was very winnable too. It was against the Uroza deck. Or sorry, not Uroza. It was the blue-green Urza deck essentially. I'm not sure what the green was for because I didn't really see many cards for it. Maybe it was for Oko. And have 19 less main. Means I play one. Okay, yeah. So the thing about that is, I think is 19 including or excluding. I'm assuming excluding the Bajuga Bog. Oh, sorry, or including the Bajuga Bog. I wouldn't cut a Queen Ranger only because it helps protect our lands, and it allows for more explosive one land hands. But miles may vary for people for Once Upon a Time. So let's get started. Um, yep, I have not purchased this yet, just in case I don't play. But let's see how it goes. Quick baseball update. So Braves are up 7-1 against the Dodgers, but Dodgers have bases loaded right now, so we'll see how that goes. I am a Dodgers fan, so hopefully we can do something here. '19 may include bot. Okay, so you're running one less land than me, which I think is a little bit risky, but it works for some people I know. Personally, I think it's not that big a deal to shave a land. I just don't like losing to Wasteland as much. So Static Gripped. I don't know what they're on, but I feel like this is a DNT player based on the name. I might have seen them somewhere before, I feel, but I could be wrong. Also change Knife Edge to a Nurturing. So it's like, ooh, okay, so that makes sense. If Wasteland is not too popular in your area, or around the time you play, that's probably fine. I just want me personally. I'll say they are on DNT. Me personally, I like as clean a mana base as possible. I think with a Nurturing Peatland, okay, let's fetch first so we don't see it for the Once Upon a Time. Um, so Visionary seems good here. Might be a Revoker. Ooh, it's Jite. Okay. So they, I wonder if they knew what we were on, that they kept that hand. Oh, okay, so that's kind of scary now. Yeah, it almost feels like maybe they knew what we were on. I don't know. So I'm just gonna play everything out because oh, nice. What up, Adam? How's it going, man? I am trying for a slightly greedier list today with the traitorous Leovold. We'll see how that goes. I feel like our opponent knew what we were on because they went turn 1 Mon, turn 2 Jite. So I just played everything out just because. Okay. Okay. So it's funny that they didn't attack. Um, Seems like a suboptimal play if you ask me, but now they're just dead. Actually, hold on. So here's a. Actually, that doesn't work. I was thinking if I could sack, get an arbor pitch. Nah, I need the extra attacker. Yeah, it's funny. I had this conversation with a good friend of mine that I talk to every day, Jax, because we're just combo. We like to brew a lot of things, and I mentioned how Spirit of the Labyrinth is getting played in D&T again, and it's a card I actually recommended a long time ago to D&T players. And they kind of just laughed at me too because I recommended cards like that, Sword of Feast and Famine, and Leyline of the Void. And I just think it's funny that they're all playing it now. So either I was ahead of my time, or at the time maybe it was not a good environment for those cards. But I actually think Spirit of the Labyrinth is an insane card in D&T. It's weak to X1, but so is everything else in that deck. Um, so let's bring in the usual suspects. Decay against any tempo based deck, and I consider D&T tempo. Uh, Trim the Heritage, trim the Reclaimer. Could bring in the Cabal Pit. Leovold is interesting. I don't think we want it against D&T, as tempting as it is. And the reason being is because uh, it's hard on the mana. Even though it's like decent, I don't think I think I want to just play it safe with the mana against D&T. It's hard to lose otherwise. Oh, I didn't. I didn't want to miss. That's the long story short. I've been missing a lot with Cabal Therapy previously, so that's why the duress. And duress typically hits everything we want, anyways. Um, I know Adam Negator69 is excellent Cabal therapist, so this is fine. I keep it regardless, even if it's pretty generous in hand. Um, but unless I feel confident again in my therapy skills, I think for now I like the duress. Especially with Doomsday being the one of the better combo decks in my opinion. It has a bad Delver matchup, but more often than not, I'll keep a turn one Cabal Therapy, and yeah, but I'm not bringing it in against Plague Engineer decks though. Like that's what Thoughtseize is for. The only combo decks I really play Plague Engineer is, and this is like sometimes, not always. I know Tom doesn't play Plague Engineer, but Turbo Depths. And in that situation, I'm not gonna be bringing in therapy anyways. So this is fine. Yeah, unless I'm missing something. I believe Turbo Depths is the only combo deck that I've seen play Plague Engineer, and it's not in every list. I know Doomsday was considering because sometimes they struggle with the Shepherd version of this deck. That's fine. But I know I think most Doomsday lists they're toying with the idea, but they aren't playing it ultimately. All right, so there's a couple of things we can do here. I think we want to draw. Let's see. I could have played the Arbor and played it safe, but in case they swords and wasteland me. But I think that's fine. I want to be able to draw into relevant pieces. I have. So when I first came up with the Reclaimer list, I was on Dark Depths, and I cut the natural order. So I ran one Sajiri step. It was actually not bad. I don't know if it's worth it though in this build because spot remove is not great against us anyways. I don't think we care. That's fine. So I think we're just gonna load up for a combo turn. We're not under any pressure, so I don't really care. Cataclysm? That would be pretty good here. Although we can bounce back several things too. That's fine. So I'll probably name maybe one actually. Okay, that's interesting. So they want to prevent the decay on the cage, which is fair. I think I get, but then why not? Yeah, why not just name 4 then? Although I guess it stops Green Sun too, and fetching for Arbor. So without the port here, I think we have the coast clear. Oh, I forgot. Stops are once upon a time, which is funny. That is awkward. Yeah, that's fine. If you cut Eno and Hoof, you can play Giganta. So it's funny you mentioned that. I actually played Giganta right after Lurrus got banned. It's actually very good against. Well, this is pre companion change, but it was pretty good against Delver. Even though it's like it's just a five it's a gourmet angler essentially. So one of the things that I did when Lurrus was legal was against Delver, I would cut natural order, the natural order package, and just value out my Delver opponents. Um, that was the game plan for the showcase qualifier, and I know other people picked it up after that. But with Giganta, okay, that's interesting. So it's funny people play Mind Break Trap. All right. Would love to see a Heritage Druid here. Nope. But yeah, I played Giganta because Lurrus got banned. And again, same thing. It's just a big card. I also brought it against Moon Stompy or just Stompy decks in general, which is kind of funny. This is nice. We get to put our Progenitus back into the deck. We did whiff, but it's okay. Yeah, it's funny. Okay, unfortunately we fetched out the basic already. Yeah, I know. Cyrus, a buddy of mine. They play the Kahira or whatever it was, and I know they're playing Force of Vigor, so you can pitch to that. So that was pretty innovative. I thought. All right, so they don't really have anything going on here. They're gonna port us. That's fine. Um, Unfortunately, we can't once upon a time response. Okay, so let's do this. I'm just gonna develop my mana. We are drawing a bunch of cards right now, but ideally we hit Cradle. I'll play that. So we can't natural or kill them anytime soon, but they can't kill us anytime soon. And I think I like our chances right now. Um, don't need this many lands. That's probably dead. So the reason why I didn't what's it called? So the reason why I didn't pitch the decays is because we have a Cabal Pit that can unlock our decays later on, which is relevant for the natural order. So yeah, so this is why this board state represents why D&T is a favorable matchup for elves. While they can prevent us from winning, their clock is slow, so we can generally draw out of it. That's fine. Sure. Okay, so they're gonna force their labyrinth through now, which is interesting. I guess they need pressure, but I think that's pretty greedy. I guess they think it's protected because they have a Sanctum Prelate on too, but hello, hello. But now, if they're gonna start attacking us, we can start attacking back. Okay. Sure. I wasn't gonna attack with that anyways, because I want to continue to hit land drops. If they're smart, they block the Visionary because that costs more mana replay. So bounce. If they want to swords out, that's fine. Probably too weak, but what do you think about playing Pendelhaven? I do not like Pendelhaven at all. Sure. So yeah, they did have the path, it turns out. It doesn't get protected by by Queen Ranger for Wasteland is my biggest problem with it, and it doesn't even beat Plague Engineer. I just think the impact is not high enough, and given the state of Magic at the moment, I think you want just like bombs. Yeah, so that's fine. Don't care. If they keep attacking, I think we're gonna be able to erase them at some point. Sure. So it's possible now, not playing the it's possible that not playing the ranger to protect our arbor might it hurts us a little bit here, but I think it's probably fine. So yeah, we're not under any kind of pressure. Hmm. The irony is Leovold would be useful here. Sure. So I'm not gonna fetch because I don't want to put myself at a multiple of 3 with the mom proactively attacking or forcing the spirit through. Okay, we don't want to expose that to Wasteland. So we're just looking for a Reclaimer now or a Hardcast Hoof. Sure. It's not even worth it. Yeah, not fetching for the Trop here buys us 1 extra turn. So we have like 3 draws phases, and we have a lot of outs in the deck. Yeah, I wish I could. Abrupt Decay is not. We need that Cabal Pit pretty soon. Birchlore would be pretty nice too. Just a morph, and then they can do their mom shenanigans. Sure. Speaking of the devil, uh, so what we're gonna do here, we need to get to threshold. So I'm gonna actually feign an attack and allow them to block to unlock our hand. So here we let one die protect the other, And the reason being is because I want to protect these lands, and we can fetch. Ooh, that actually helps us. Did we play a land yet? Sure, that's fine. Okay. That kind of worked out really well for us now. Alright, so what's the best way to just kill them here? Okay, we can't kill them this turn, but we have Threshold now, so that's fine. That waste helps, right? Yeah, it does. Definitely. Now we don't even have to play this, sacrifice this fetch in case we need another turn. So they took the bait and they blocked. So, oh, thank you. That was my wife dropping off my phone. I think they kind of know what's going on now. Like, they are staring at potential death pretty soon. And that was we're on turn 11, and DNT has as 7. So that's again, I want to reiterate. That's why this is a good matchup. They don't have any kind of pressure. Aberration actually really helps the matchup, though I will say. And I'm happy for DNT that they got the card. I play DNT myself, just not lately. Um, I own the deck on paper and on Moto. Uh, Little known fact about me: I have a second deck on Moto, and it is DNT. On paper, I had Delver and a bunch of other stuff built too. Okay, so that is annoying. Okay. So the line here is Cabal Pit the Prelate, Decay the Cage, and Natural Order for the win. And I don't think they can stop us, honestly. I don't think they play Container Freeze anymore. Or maybe I one of, at most. Uh, it'll be easy to tell if they port us or not. Alright, so they opted for the Wirewood, that's fine. Okay. Let's see how they attack here. I see that they've left Mom up, so they're afraid of Decay, obviously. But little do they know the Decay is going to be hit the cage. Uh-huh. Do we care? I don't think we do. We can actually... I think that's risky to bounce because we have lethal. Actually, I know what I'll do. I'm gonna force the Mom to block the prelate on 2, or to pro prelate on 2, because we have the whatever up, the Cabal Pit. We may see a Mom protection here. I apologize if this is kind of slow right now, chat. Our opponent is tanking whether to give protection or not, and we thought they would, so. We just did that to essentially tap out the mom. It may not matter, but it may matter. Okay, so that was kind of good on their behalf. Good for us, I mean. They played the land, so we know they have nothing. They're going to port us on upkeep, but we're going to decay the cage, and then that's game. Yeah, it didn't matter here, but it's just heads up play because in the event I need to kill the spirit, I can. I knew I knew I was gonna kill the prelate anyways, so it was a free double block. Yeah, and the reason why I did that was because I don't know if they're gonna play something off these two lands, but if they did, then I unlock my hand the next turn with the visionaries and whatnot. Like I can tap out because I have double decay now. All right, so that took a while, longer than I would have liked, but we still got there 2-0. Yeah, I think. Oh, random question. Sorry, I apologize if I missed it. Kind of a random question, but do you leave Collector Oof in post versus decks whose only artifacts are probably just 4 Astrolabe? Absolutely not. I think game 1 is kind of nice because sometimes you can just get them if they're greedy with their. And when, it's funny when I say greedy, I mean, in this case, greedy means fetching for basics and trying to back to basics me. But I don't keep it in because I don't like cards that have only 4 targets and the impact is low potentially. See, because if they fetch all duels or if they just draw more fetches, they don't really get screwed by a collector oof. On the other hand, a deck like Goblins, it's more worth it because the impact of Aether Vial is much higher. Hopefully that answers the question. So another thing is like, for instance, combo matchups. Like if it's something like Show and Tell, and obviously my deck I discard, or if it's a card that only hits Show and Tell, I still think it's worth it. For instance, and I'm blanking on the exact example at the moment, but it depends how valuable I think the 4 of is. So in the case of Astrolabe, I don't think it does enough. Even if you can sometimes screw them over. Esper Vial, no, I don't leave it in because out of Esper Vial, what I'm really afraid of is so out of Goblins, I'm afraid that they're gonna catch up on Temple and then just kill my stuff. Out of Esper Vial, I'm more afraid of Plague Engineer, Meddling Mage, and Peacekeeper. There's obvious Mole. Oh, not great, but I'm gonna have to keep. Oops. Ball can just steal a win, but it's just kind of bad. I'll just keep that. It's not great. And just hope to hardcast Archon down the road. Yeah, Esper Vial is actually one of the matchups. I'm gonna leave with Versor here because I want Ranger to protect the lands. It's still a while before we can cast Archon anyways. I forgot what I was gonna say. Yeah, Esper Vial. That is one of the matches where I think Cabal Pit shines up pretty high because the ability to get through Meddling Mage on Abrupt Decay is kind of insane. So it's funny. I earlier this week was watching one of my good friends' wife. Shout out to Max Gilmore out there, aka Max Torsion. But his wife was picking up elves. Picked up my list, so I was watching her play, and I realized I'm probably pretty suboptimal with my hotkeys because I don't use any. And he, I know, is pretty good with them. She's still learning the hotkeys, but might help me in the future. I believe I timed out once playing this deck, and but if I play any slower deck, it might be an issue. So, for those of you who have a lot of triggers or use it, any trigger intensive deck, maybe even elves, I would highly suggest you learn it. I should probably do that myself. So the you could, but it's Cabal Pit is more useful because it's tunable with Reclaimer, which I keep all four in. But in Netherlist, I would definitely run one Assassin's Trophy because of that. If there's any reasonable chance you're gonna face Esperval, it's funny because in one event, I forgot what it was. It was kind of a big event. One, two, three. Okay, one, two, three, four, five. On one shore, I believe. Yeah. Yeah, in one of the events, I didn't play the Cabal Pit, and I ran the 3-1 split between Decay and Assassin's Trophy. The problem was I lost that. It was like a big showcase challenge or something. I ended up going 5-2, and one of my losses was because of that. It was unfortunate too because I was 40 cards in, so 20 cards left in my library, and I still did not find the Assassin Trophy. So ever since then, I played the Cabal Pit. And if people are curious, the okay, nope. We get blown out here by a bolt, but I think we have to block. I think Fort Surgical is a trap against Rogue Delver. Uh, and the reason why I think that is because it's bad otherwise. They don't have Arcanus. But maybe the logic is if they don't have Arcanus, you win. I don't know. I think it's a trap personally. So this is going to be scary, but I think we're priced into blocking. Unfortunately, we can't make double red yet. Just gotta pray they don't have the bolt. And they do. And this is why I don't like Arcanus. We did mull. We did have a pretty sketch hand, to be fair. But it is pretty annoying. So this is probably a loss. We essentially mode a 5. Visionary. Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay, that makes more sense. You're fantasizing about playing 4. Okay. So I misinterpreted that for sure. I really hate losing to Delver. I'll just attack because it's free. It's strange that they don't bolt in response to a Wirewood, but I mean, stranger things have happened. Reek. Ooh, okay. Alright, so here we're going to be put into the unenviable situation of potentially having a trade again with the Arcanus. Yep. If they get another ball, that's just backbreaking. Yeah, I'm not too familiar with Pox personally and their play patterns. But I just think that's very. I don't like very narrow. What's it called? Gameplay. Unless, of course, there's always an exception. Unless that's the only way you think you can win. Please don't have another ball. We've already got blown out once. Okay, so we are still pretty behind, but at least we finally took care of that Arcanus. I think our route to victory here, they have 4 cards in hand, which means they probably have force plus pitch. I believe our route to victory here is probably going to be a Allosaurus Shepherd. So we can pump and deal lethal. Okay, so they have triple Sprite Dragon, which is kind of interesting. No, we're not dead yet. Well, we're pretty close. Yeah, it's funny too. I actually don't think this card is very good, personally. I mean, unless you like this kind of hyper aggressive strategy. We really lost because we Moto 6 with an Archon, relative Moto 5. And then we had an Arcanus that just blew us out with the removal. They put 2 cards on the bottom line, but that is interesting. So maybe they don't have the force, or they just want more protection. I mean, we're dead next turn, so this has to be natural order. Nope, it's not. Alright, so it is what it is. We're down a game. We gotta bring in these bad boys here. And I still feel pretty good about this matchup, despite what just happened. It can be if their draws are like that. I mean, we didn't have the fastest hand. We had pretty not great hand to be frank. But I didn't want to go to 5, and I was just hoping that they would maybe run something slower. Against Blue Red Delver, I'm almost tempted to leave in the natural order, but I don't think Leovold is real good here because I don't want to be fetching for like multiple colors. That's fine. Ideally, you have a decay in the opening. Yeah, USA colors are really rough because they have plow in it, so they have just too many one mana removal spells. I think here we leave with the ranger. And not to mention, at that point they had Jite too, which is kind of a scary card. The hard part about this right now is we don't want to lean right into like a blazing volley. So I think I want to keep this fetch. I think I want to keep that fetch also for an arbor just down the road in case. We can. So Visionary is safe there. If they want daze, they can. Yeah, Miracles. You know, L is public enemy number 1 at the time, so that's fine. It'd be okay, they are really trying to put us off mana. Pretty interesting. So I'm gonna Green Sun for Heritage Druid. Just because I want the... Oh, actually. There's a debate here to lead with the Glimpse or the Shepherd. Actually don't care if my Glimpses get fouled. Because they're still going down 2 cards. Which is different than I think most players. I'm not really afraid of counter magic. Okay, so now we lead with the Shepherd. Since we know the coast is clear. Alright, so not much to say here. We're gonna leave the decay up. There's no real reason to attack here. Because we can generate black mana, bounce, untap, and decay something. Blazing Volley? Yep. Okay. So, that was what I was afraid of. I think here what we care about is actually the Visionary because we want the cards. And then we can decay the Insectile Aberration to be mana efficient. They can't play a what is it called? Arcanist this turn anyways. I know it looks bad, but it's actually not too bad because we drew all those cards off Glimpse. And they... Okay, that's kind of scary now. So I personally don't like the fact that they play the land before they brainstorm here. Because in case they wanted to fetch away some cards that they don't want to draw. You also get yourself brainstorm locked just by automatic. Alright, here I think we play the second Bayou and then we can actually let's do this. I want to attack with the Visionary and then play the Birchlord Morphed. They want to daze that they can. Oops, almost clicked through that. I do have a habit of rushing. So they still have 6 cards. I wonder what they could have. We have just mono lands in hand. Sure. We are just drawing all lands. I think in case we draw a Reclaimer, we want to play these fetches out now. probably should have done that the previous turn too, potentially. Yeah, so this is kind of why I was debating about leaving in the edge order, because they're playing almost like a burn deck. Yeah, in hindsight, maybe I should have left in the natural orders, because we're essentially playing as blue red burn. What we would have cut was would have been the if I boarded that way, like I board against burn, I would cut the Warwind and the Visionaries, because we're not looking to and this the Blazing Volley was unfortunate there. So I think they just drew all gas. Alright, we're dead. Yeah, I think tactically we might have just approached that matchup wrong. I'm just not used. I'm not as used to playing against like Delver players who just play like a burn deck. So, 1 second. I'm gonna get some water while this queues up. I'll be right back. Yeah, it's cool. There are different variants. That's pretty cool. So we're 1-1 now. Tetraverse. I feel like that's a DNT player. I don't know why I get that feeling. But we shall see. Ooh, that was a quick yield. I think we go with the Reclaimer. In theory, we could have gone the Leopold, but I think I want to have a better start. Yeah, might be DNT. I know we lost round 1, but I don't think Delver's a problem. So they're on DNT. They have a Wasteland. Let's do that to protect. If I wanted help against Delver, yeah, I have played Carpet of Flowers in the past. It's very good. I think the way Delver is currently constructed, you want to kill Arcanus still. Unless you're talking about in addition to the decays we already have. Yeah, it was good when I played it, but I just don't think we need help against Delver. So let's see if they Wasteland me here. Nope. And put themselves down a card. Yep, I didn't think so. Like, that's very all in to do that. So, I mean, That's pretty funny. Yeah, I think blue strategies are just very popular in general. Sorry, there's a fly in front of me. Or mosquito, one or the other. Mosquito's worse. So, here we go. That is kind of insane draw. They might just be locked out now. Yep. So I'm gonna assume DNT again. Seems to be very popular at the moment. Might be newer players trying to pick up a deck that's on the easier side for the Eternal Weekend. Apologize for my cracking of the neck right now. So I'm gonna board in the same way. This is actually one of the few matchups where I actually board out some number of Reclaimer. And the reason being is because I don't think you need it. In general, though, the Cabal Pit has been very good, so that's why I still leave 2, but in most cases I run all 4 post board in almost every matchup. Fair, at least. The exception to that rule off the top of my head is goblins, because I think we don't really care about any individual creature that they have, given that they're just base red and black. Unless they start running Plague Engineer, that's don't think I excuse me. Don't think you need Cabal Pit there. So this Once Upon a Time. Yes, currently speaking. And the reason being is because against any control deck, you want to go turn 1 Thoughtseize, take your Plague Engineer. 100%. For me personally, that's why I run 4 Thoughtseize. And it's also very good against combo. But the real reason is in the fair matchups, besides being good against combo, you just go turn 1, take your Plague Engineer or take your Sweeper, and suddenly they're on the back foot. I've had many okay. I want to go, if they kill my Ranger, I want to be able to play Birch Thorns or something on turn 2. I've had many people keep a hand just based on turn 3 Plague Engineer and gotten punished because of it. I've also had people keep 1 land hands and a Ponder, and I go turn 1 Thoughtseize, take your Ponder, and they never hit a second land drop. So the upside is just insane. Alright, I think we can just kind of go off here. I hope they're not on Mindbreak Trap. Okay, so there's that Path to Exile. Alright, and then if they want to waste that, they can. Those are not the majority though. Those are still a minority list that ran the Get Probes. Okay, that's pretty good. Sure. Yeah, I think this card is really good. I know DNC players are running 3. I don't know what. I would run 4 if it were me. Alright, we're just going to go off. Hopefully we don't whiff. Oh, that's a good draw. Another decent draw. So the D&T matchup, as you guys can probably tell, is very much a goldfish. So we have been fortunate with these draws so far. Alright, so let's see, what were we scared of? I think we want to maximize our draws. So this is all second nature to me. If it's not, I highly suggest you review or practice with go fishing because it helps to not time out. And on paper, you don't want to get a draw either and be in like the Miracles bracket or whatnot. Okay, so that's done. We can survive one G to hit, but we drew a lot extra because of sequencing. Yeah, that's fine. The elves the way we did. Yeah, I will say, and it wasn't not too long. It wasn't too long ago. I've run 7 discard, 4 therapy. Sorry, 4 Thoughtseized, 3 therapy. So therapy is very much still very powerful. It's just lately I don't want to miss as much. Okay, let's see. We can't Green Sun because of Cage. I think we want the mana. So I'm not. Okay, so this is one of the few occasions where I'm not gonna bounce back to Visionary because I want to glimpse and just draw more, and I think having the creature on board is um, worth the extra mana instead of the draw. Uh, so maybe I should Decade first, but it's not a big deal. Oops. I like to float random colors only because sometimes it can trip people off. So here, actually let's do this. I'm just gonna try to draw more. There we go. Easy peasy. No problem. I'm glad you enjoyed it. I don't know how long ago you watched it, but it was a few weeks ago. I think Anurag enjoyed it as well. It is a very tough deck, and I know, I mean, if he's listening or whoever wants to relay it to him, I know he got some flack from some posters about not being prepared. He had a busy week, so I want to say in his defense, he's providing, what's it called? Content for people, and he just happened to have a busy week, so I wouldn't get too down on him because he couldn't prepare for our match. And to be fair, even if he did, the deck in general is very difficult, and he's a strong enough pilot to be able to navigate through it a little bit. We should have 5-0. We ironically lost to DNT because we timed out, but shout out to Anurag for having me as a guest. So it was very much an honor to be on a Channel Fireball video. But yeah, I'm glad you enjoyed it though. Yeah, and not only that, a lot of decks are. It's not like before where you just name Inferno Tutor or LED. It's just they're just a lot. Most decks have different layers of strategy now, so it's hard to guess right. And maybe I just need to improve my reading skills, but or the reads, like the soul reads, but I have been missing. So okay, so it's the mirror. Unfortunately, we are not favored in this matchup. I'm assuming they're on the traditional build. Let's fetch first. Okay, that's our own Allosaurus Shepherd, which is kind of funny. I think we take the Visionary and hope that they don't have a combo hand. I don't think Does Maverick play Shepard? I feel like they just want threats, personally. Yeah, it's the mirror. So a question I get a lot is why don't I play more Alistar Shepherds? And it's a valid question. The answer is I feel like I would rather this card doesn't really do anything unless you already have a board, so you're already winning. The second reason is I don't think I'm really afraid of counter spells. So I like the one to beat Chalice, but besides that, the second one could be useful in case the first one gets killed, for instance. But I think the goal of this deck is to make mana at the end of the day, and yeah, see, to me, I mean, maybe I'm wrong. I feel like Maverick's not really a deck that cares about its cards getting countered either. Okay, so I stand corrected then. Because if you don't have a Heritage or a Burst Lord, sometimes it just doesn't do anything, in my opinion. Sure. So they seem to be stuck on lands, which gives us a window to find Natural Order. It is scary that they had their engine too, so it's kind of a race now. Hopefully we can beat them to that race. If they have Natural Order, we just lose. But I don't think there's anything we can do about that. And they probably think the same thing about us, to be fair. Alright, and they went first too, so that definitely doesn't help. Yeah, I can see that. Definitely for sure. So I'm gonna go ahead and play that. Just play out our hand and hope to draw well. That is surprisingly potentially relevant. We're one mana short. So close. Alright, so we're one mana short. Otherwise, we had the cool play of Leovold. Yeah, we are just one mana short. Uh-oh. We need to hope they don't have a Natural Order. If this is all they're doing, I'm perfectly happy with it. But I just think there's a realistic chance we're dead here. And if we survive, I think we're in great shape because of the Leovold. Ironically. We're just one dork short of hard casting. Okay, we're probably dead now. Yeah, so I think if we were on to play this game, we probably win. But now we are in trouble. It also hurt that we didn't top deck the Elf, so we can go turn 2 Heritage into Visionary into Wirewood. But I think Visionary was too good there, given that we were a little behind and didn't know this was the mirror. So that is the problem sometimes, when you run into the mirror. Okay, so we're dead. I don't think they'll whiff, but you never know. Could they whiff? It's kind of crazy. No, there's no way. Yeah, it's um it's bittersweet for me. Like to see more elf players, but we're definitely disadvantaged in the mirror because uh, they are more less likely to fizzle than we are. And this is kind of a goldfish, so the interaction does. There's like limited interaction. There's no interaction game one besides this Leovold that was one mana short or one elf short. But game two and three, the duress will help. So duress actually helps a lot in a matchup like this, where you don't want to just whiff. I've lost some games in the mirror because I therapy missed and then suddenly, like for instance, if I'm gonna draw game three, and then they just play out their hand turn two, and suddenly I have no cards in hand. It is, but it's not nearly as good as it once was because now they can just make a bunch of 5/5s. So I'm just gonna yield. Actually, I should yield to end step because I want to fetch arbor. We're we're pretty much dead, but just somehow if they miraculously fizzle. No, it's very unlikely they fizzle. Actually, do they have enough set attackers? I think they still have Curing Ranger to untap one dude. Unless I'm forgetting something. Okay, so they just are running the double hoof, very streamlined list. Alright, so now we're dead. So I can get my silver bullets out. We expect to lose game one anyways. Or it's kind of like whoever has. Um, it depends. So that's a good question, John 95. Uh, I think if you just want to, get going for so to speak, then sure, I would recommend it because it's easier to play. The lines are more straightforward. Reclaimer is a very difficult card to play, and Nettle is like, as long as you remember triggers, there's not really much to the card. Um, but I think if you want to learn this version of the deck ultimately, which in my opinion is the more resilient version, because of Reclaimer for Pit and Bog and things like that. I think you should probably jump straight into this list. So, one of the guys who picked up this deck from me, and if he's listening, sometimes he watches the video. I'm very proud of what he's been able to accomplish learning the deck from me, and that's George Heinrich, aka Aaron Relentless on Moto. So he picked this deck up for me, and he played it the way I built it, and he struggled initially too. But even in 2 weeks, he top 8 at a challenge after the 1 week of struggling because I think when you pick up the deck as is, you are forced to learn the way the deck is meant to be played. And when he went back to Nettle later on, because he didn't like Once Upon a Time, and I get why Once Upon a Time. Some people don't like it. I've seen Liz still play Zero. I played as many as 4 before. Right, I'm playing 2 today because I wanted the Leovold, but typically I play 3. He cut the Once Upon a Time for the Nettle Sentinels, and he kept track of win rate, and he said that his win rate dropped a decent percentage once he did that. And I think that's probably because he learned to play the deck the way it was intended from the start. So if you just want to get started and want to get games under your belt, probably the Nettle version will make it easier because it'll be frustrating if you lose a lot initially, and I get that. But I think if you're okay with that, and you want to ultimately play the deck optimally, it probably helps to play the deck if you net deck one of my lists online, for instance, that's probably the way to go. If you're okay with losing initially, so to speak, or the growing pains. That's probably a better word. Here, this is kind of interesting because it's kind of slow. Hoof is good actually in this matchup. The problem is we don't actually have a natural order until turn 3. Yeah, go fishing glimpse is the easy part. So that you can even do on your own. So you don't need Nettle to help you. If anything, playing without Nettle makes you a better glimpser because you see the more harder lines with Queen Ranger and Wirewood Symbiote. I'm almost tempted to keep this because you have a turn 3 natural order for Archon to stop them, and then you can eventually cast a Hoof. Not great though, admittedly. No problem, anytime, man. Uh, okay, so I'm gonna fetch out the Arbor now, in case it matters. Sure. Thanks, y'all. Appreciate you coming by, man. Always a pleasure. Always the one turn late Thoughtseize. Uh, I think we want to just cycle the glimpse. Because we want a natural order next turn. Yeah. So if they have the turn 2, they have the turn 2. Our deck is really a turn 3 deck. I don't know if they aggressively mulligan or not, but we shall see. Oh man, they might be trying to glimpse off. Unless that's the Wirewood. If it's a Nettle, they're definitely going this turn, I think. Alright, so I'm actually relieved to see that. Sure. So our game plan now is we're gonna natural order for Archon. And then what's it called? We're gonna hard cast Hoof eventually. So yeah, I know our opening hand looked really ugly, but it actually made sense in the context of things because the natural order lines it up for Hoof. And I think it'll still take them a while before they can threaten lethal of any kind. If they have the Hoof, that would be just be backbreaking here. So I haven't tapped their Cradle yet. There is only 2 Hoof in the deck, and I don't even think we're scared of Shepherd here. Given that we have a Hoof pretty soon. It's crazy that they have both Wirewood and both Visionary when I'm expecting them to board it out. Unless they board it out. Ooh, that's very good. Alright, so that's... Do we have lethal here is the question. 5, 6... 5, 6, 7, 8. And we're... Each gets... Let's see. 5, 6, 7, 8. Each gets 6. So that's 12 plus 10, 22. I think we do it here just because it's a lot of damage. And we want to clear their board. So they have to actually block. So they do lose guys doing this. And we have lethal next turn anyways with Archon. And their fetches are now dead. So they're gonna try to dig for the hoof, which we can't really do anything about. We had to go for there to shut off some outs, but for them, I don't think it matters because they have a ton of mana. We're gonna just see if they crack their cradle. It's crazy, yeah, it's kind of crazy that they have all their Wirewoods and Visionaries out. Alright, so this is the hard part, trying to win game 3. Ideally, we're looking for a turn 2 or a discard hand, but we're not really we aren't really given the allowed to aggressively mulligan unless the hand is just atrocious. If we have a turn 3, it's possible we just try to keep, but that duress is great. Yeah, this Elves and Doomsday are the two decks that I really wanted the duress for. Because I don't want to guess. And there it is. So they are still a while from hoof, which means we have a chance. Visionary? Yep. We're setting up for a turn 3 here. I'm gonna Green Sun for 0 and play the Arbor. That is awkward. So we're in a tough spot because we really want to go off on turn 3, but if they drew a natural order there, that would look really bad. Or Green Sun. The chances are low. So because we know they drew a Visionary and that cycled. So we know Create a Hoof, Windswept. Sorry, they played the Windswept. Create a Hoof, Arbor, Blank, and am I missing something? No, they have 2 draws. So yeah, I think we have to. No. I think we ramp here. It's not the end of the world because we have the Korean Ranger to replay the land. That's very good. Alright, so we whiffed. We actually, in hindsight, maybe should have played the Trop or the Bayou again. Kratos lethal here, which is nice. He plays, that'll be 4 creatures, 7. Then they can attack with Hoof, potentially. But we do have a lot of blockers. We needed them to miss here. I don't know if they did. Visionary? It might be a Green Sun, is what I'm guessing, the way they're tapping. So the reason why I chose to preemptively bounce, and we got punished a little bit for it, was in case we drew into a Cradle and a creature. But we drew into neither, which is kind of brutal. So they're 1 short for Hoof, luckily. We really need a Cradle here, though. That is not a Cradle. I think we can dig maybe for a Cradle. I think the first thing we need to do is get the Heritage Druid. Because we're dead next turn. I think Visionary into discard is unlikely. Yeah, let's do that. Green Sun for Heritage. Wow. We hit it. Alright, so how do we do it from here? Actually, did I do that wrong? I might have screwed that up. I should have Oh, I should have bounced the other one. Crud. Yeah, I should have arbored. I screwed that up. I should have Queen Ranger untapped the other arbor. That's 8. I might have just cost myself the match. Actually, that was a mistake I just did right now too. I should not have bounced first. I should have tapped everybody first. So I made 2 mistakes. That's really bad by me. So we had the right line. I just didn't think about the sequencing. I messed that up. So we should have had 3 attackers. Yeah. That was a punt. Sorry, chat. Oh, man, that was. We even hit off the Once Upon a Time. I got a little bit too anxious there. Yeah, we should have bounced the ranger. Sorry, the force, the arbor to untap the arbor. That makes the 8th mana for the hoof, and then we can attack with 3 creatures. Yeah, that could happen, but they would probably do it before that. To be fair, that was a misplay by me, for sure. Oh my god, this is gonna be a hard matchup. Yeah, we got punished pretty hard right now for my misplay. Tabernacle. Sometimes I feel like Lance players, they just get Tabernacle and just I don't know what their experiences are with other Elves players. I feel like they get it just and expect me to concede, and I don't. I don't know if that's like the norm or whatnot. But. That was a brutal misplay though, and that's on me, chat. We even had the right line. We just didn't sequence it correctly, or I did it too prematurely, not counting my mana. So that was kind of brutal. So the nice thing about Cradle is it's like I know typically it's a 5 out of 5 in most matchups. It's like a 10 out of 5 in this matchup because I don't think it's realistic to beat lands without Gaea's Cradle, given that a lot of times they just go for Tabernacle and hope you concede out of misery. Sure. So the reason not to leave Cradle untapped is because they have the Rashad import. This way they can only cut you off one mana instead of a ton of mana. Float, just in case. It always scares them too, I think. Alright, so we have to go for something right now. I think we are still lacking in mana. So I'm gonna play the Wirewood. Not what we wanted to draw. So the nice thing about Wirewood is it actually nets your mana because of the untap. I'm feeling like a second league after this, after that massive punt by me. So on that note, actually, one good practice that I know helps me is after every match, win or lose, because you want to be results independent. I tend to evaluate my plays, and even as I'm going through it, I remember little like key scenarios that come up. So it's unfortunate we drew the hoof here. As natural order would have been really good. They probably port the Arbor. So they have the stage. I don't believe they have the depths combo yet, if I'm looking correctly. That's fine. Okay, so the safe play here is we natural order named sorcery. But they have a maze, which is kind of annoying. So is exploration. We can try to glimpse off. That it would. I feel like if we want to try to win this game, we need to eventually cast the hoof because of the maze is out. So let's do that. We're gonna double glimpse. Queen Ranger is really good in the combo turn because it acts as our pseudo Nettle Sentinel. And we're looking here for essentially a second Guy's Cradle. We're digging pretty deep. What is that card? Another Reclaimer. I have. I did. So I mentioned that earlier in the chat. I tried it when I first started building this deck. So there's a second. Guy's Cradle. Where is the hoof? So I'm gonna do this correctly. That's Green Sun for another untapper. Yeah, I think to win this game realistically, you needed to go for the big play. Yeah, so actually, before I incorporated Once Upon a Time and before like Shepherd got added to the deck, I had a little more space. So I played one crop main, one crop side. It's good to find Bajuka Bog and Caracas, and also it helped, especially the one crop main. It acted as a pseudo Nettle Sentinel that you can't tutor for, but it gives you the boost you needed to go infinite there. I went infinite here, but and I think whoever's played this version long enough knows this. The way you go infinite with this version is you start the turn with the Cradle already in play, or with Heritage already in play, and you're tapping Heritage before you tap the Cradle, or making a land drop, and that's how you can go infinite with this deck. You can do that with the Netto version as well. It's just less consistent because you don't have Reclaimer to get Cradle. Leovold's not great, I think. I think Archon is not particularly good against their version. So you vote in Surgical Deal with Loam. I don't really like Discard Decay. I think that's a little too reactive. Because I'm unsure. Let's go back to the Trusty sideboard. Let's see. What do I do against lands? So I take out the Collector Oof. And that makes sense because I think you just want to keep it streamlined. Like trying to get their Mox Diamond with a Collector Oof. I mean, it can win games, but I think it's similar to trying to cheese a win off Astrolabe. Leovold doesn't really do much in my opinion. Like draws you a card against Punching Power, but I think that's like low impact, and it stresses your mana. Keep. So they kind of just empty their hand turn one. Jeez. I think here we want to grow Reclaimer the earlier the possible. The earlier the better. Green Sun, I think we need to stop the loam is the problem. We cannot have them just be like on 8 lands on turn 2. With that, like they kind of have the nuts, so we got to stop it. Normally I would lead with Green Sun too, but this is desperate times calls for desperate measures. Yeah, my goodness. The port is brutal too because it delays another turn. Sure. I think we cannot afford to get delayed anymore, so we have to ramp. And if they draw removal, that's really backbreaking. Because the thing is, they're gonna port us, and I want to have mana to pay for a tabernacle too. So the wasteland is gonna hit the arbor. Yikes. Okay. Very painful to do because we're pretty behind, but we have to stop the bleeding. I think here we want to protect the reclaimer too. Because the way you win against lands is at some point you need to get Cradle, and it's tough because they have two Rishadan Port out, and just emptying their hand. Yeah, this is very brutal. The good old tap and response in Once Upon a Time. Gotta hit land drops. Got to hit land drops here. Let's attack first, just to see. They are kind of low, well, relatively speaking. So we just maybe. Oh my goodness. Okay. We're gonna have to. Let's see. I could use the mana untap on my turn, so let's do that. One of the tricks of the trade, as I like to say. No. Yes. Okay. So they're gonna pour our forest here, but that's okay, I think. Like, there's not really anything we can do about it. Let's attack. So in a similar vein, we can actually play our creature here and attack again. I think what we're scared of here is the Merit Lage combo, because the tower. Oh my goodness, Jesus. We're one turn away, but okay, what are our plays here? I think we're scared of Merit Lage, but I think we play for the win. We can't stop crop rotation here. And if they draw on their upkeep, then we live with one top deck and play for the win. Oh, that is brutal. Here we're gonna force him to crack the blast zone. Huh. I wonder if they are gonna. Yeah, that's fine. Here they're gonna crack the blast zone. Luckily, they didn't crack on their turn, so we gotta save both reclaimers. So it's a 1-for-1. It's gonna be rough now though because they have 2 Rashadan Port and they're gonna tap both green sources presumably. Jesus. Okay. Yeah, this is not gonna be fun. And it's unfortunate because they had all 3 Wasteland plus the Ghost Quarter. I'm not sure if there's anything we could have done about this. We're so close, but so far. It hurt us to have to sack away the forest, the basic, and maybe in hindsight I should have fetched Bayou when we bogged earlier. That is just brutal. I don't know if we can cast any more spells. That helps. That helps. For sure. A turn late, but it helps. What are they doing? Okay, they're removing. No, I think you need a second bio. The reason being is because you don't want your removal color to be cut off from Wasteland. I actually think the only land left that we can get is another Cradle. I think we're out of fetchables this game. But if we can just hit another Cradle here, and the odds of that are low, obviously. Surgical extraction. I think we can get the Reclaimer, and that helps seal up the game. So they are aggressively taking out counters now. Both sides are top decking, so take that for what you will. We have a few turns to draw our out, which is the guy's Cradle left in our deck. Sorry. That is true, but then keep. Oh my god. Yeah, but you don't you because of high density of fetches, you want to make sure that you have a second one of fetch just in case. It Yeah, I don't think you can really go down to one. So here we boarded in the Caracas, so that's another out, I guess. But man, we better draw it soon. We were really close this game. It just the Cradle came a turn late after they had the first spear. All right, that's the second Cradle. Now we need to hit the Caracas that's still left in the deck. Actually, it's over because they're down to one counter now. Yeah. Yeah, I think especially since you're already running one less land, um, I don't know. I think having the second fetchable source is pretty important. And that's coming from somebody who's not even running the white source for Archon. I just think removal is premium against certain decks that run Wasteland. Alright, let's see. Do we want anything back? I don't think so. Like, I think under most other circumstances, we would have been able to play through the Sphere. It's funny you mentioned that. I actually wanted to play red because of certain cards. I think this is a keep, even though Progenitus is awkward. Yeah, that does happen in the Sneak and Show matchup, for instance. It's funny. We played the Leovold. Yeah, that's the thing. It would be with Pyroblast instead of discard, and then you would run like, I guess maybe a Braid or something instead of Decay. Although I like Cinder Vines is a cool blue green red card. What else is there? Oh, there's something I'm forgetting. Oh, Clothis is like really good. Oh my god. So our opponent is just trying to get us to concede, I feel, just off misery. I generally don't concede to that, but maybe I should, I don't know. No, I really thought having to attack into a Strix is really bad. Yes, agreed. Would not run Rurik Thar. The Strix or the Kotal thing is just horrendous. Okay, so they wastelanded us, which is brutal. The reason why I'm fetching for Arbor, even though it forces me to tap, is because I need to generate mana. Alright, the next turn will be the combo turn now, since they wastelanded us there. Or Plague Engineer. Yeah, Plague Engineer is like not really, like, against Plague Engineer decks, I don't think Rurik Thar would be in anyways. You have like Progenitus, unless you're talking about the main deck one. This is kind of interesting. Do we want the I think we do, actually. Okay. I think we gotta get going, so I think we need a glimpse. Man. Like, it would have set us back another turn. But maybe that was worth it for the untap. Just feels really bad to do, though. Jeez. Okay. So they can blast zone us next turn, which means we should probably try to go off this turn. If minimum, we have a Wirewood that potentially can bounce something back. Yeah, unfortunately we whiffed there. So if they want to blast zone us here, that's fine. Yeah, but keep in mind, they just need 2 lands, and they're running like 30 some lands. They can just eat 8, which I think they likely would do, and that's. Sure. So we're on the grind plan, but it might get there, which is kind of funny. So important thing here, if they do blast zone us, we're gonna leave the Visioneer on board because we want the damage. Like they're pretty low already. I don't think they can combo us here. Hopefully not. We'll see. And this is what I mean. Like Sphere, we can play through. I don't think there's need for Abrupt Decay. Taiga, that's great. And we're not afraid of crop rotation either because sure. The tax from the Sphere. Sure. Make sure to tap the non-basic sources first in case they rotate for Wasteland. It kind of helped us out. The sorry, but it kind of helped us out the Ghost Quarter. Ooh, I just realized. Oh, that was a mistake on my behalf. I was supposed to bounce my Bayou in response. Wasn't paying attention. So I could replay the Arbor there. Then we would have lethal, but that's brutal. Yeah, that was a mis. Hopefully, it doesn't bite us in the butt, but that was a small misplay that was kind of bad. Here, now I'll play that again and do it correctly. We want the heritage here because in case, for whatever reason, the tabernacle matters. Also, now we can Once Upon a Time. I think we got it, but we'll see. Yep. So, moral of the story: do not concede to Tabernacle. Just, you can play through. It's just miserable. Okay, so I think all things considered, like we should really be 4-1. I really punted the one match away. And again, I apologize, chat. Need to play better. Uh, is there a way to go back to the match? Here we go. Our loss was to Blue Red Delver. I think that was nothing we could have done there. This was a punt on me. We had lethal, and I just untapped wrong. So that's a case of just going too fast through the motions, and then we got punished for that. I think I'll do another league if Chad is interested. I do need to use the restroom real quick, so I will be right back in about 2-3 minutes. Let's just say 2 minutes. All right, we're back. So here's what we previously played. We didn't really get to see the power of Leovold in that league, unfortunately. It would have been helpful against elves. Yeah, that was unfortunate for us. Like, we should have gone 4-1, and that misclick, well, I wouldn't say misclick. I just didn't think about it. I just clicked too quickly. But we had lethal against the mirror, and I untapped wrong for the 8th mana. So we did have lethal as a result because we were missing an extra attacker. But I think this is fine. I think I want to give Leo one more run in this new league. So the reason being is because I need a larger sample size. Nice. Hey, Runcor. How's it going? We went 3-2 in the previous league. Should have been 4-1. I misclicked / punted the mirror with lethal on the stack. I untapped the wrong dude, essentially. Yeah, it's more so like I just rushed through it quickly. It's not really anything to learn. I think I just was a little bit impatient and just wasn't paying attention to my mana. It's funny too because I was playing to my outs at that point, and I think getting to that point was already pretty insane when we Green Sun for the Heritage needed to hit Cradle off the Once Upon a Time and did. And the spice today is the Leovold Runcor. Oh, great. This is a very good lands player. So we're in for some more misery here. I don't particularly enjoy playing against lands. It's not that it's unwinnable, it's just miserable to play against. Yeah, Leo, I'm testing it today because I wanted to see if I could have a good bomb against not only Omni, a show and tell variants plus Doomsday. Collector Oof they can actually beat. Loam? Nope. Collector Oof would be interestingly good here. One time Collector Oof. Top deck. Nope. So we gotta protect our arbor, right? That's the reason to play out, even though I have two glimpses in hand. Let's see. If I were to guess, they will reclaim her for a tabernacle. That seems to be a trend today. I didn't, only because I wanted to test the Leovold today on Runcore. I also explained earlier, I've been back and forth about whether to try the second, what is it called? The second Shepherd again. I'm not sure we need it, but, oh, that make me Punishing Fire. Yep. Yikes. Okay. Yeah. So I said it earlier. I'm not sure we really need it because I'm not too afraid of. I think we have to try to go now before we get our board just completely nuked by the Punishing Fire. Thanks, Runcore. We're off to a decent start, I would say. We're pretty much all in at this point on this. If they have the Wasteland plus rotate for Tabernacle, then so be it. Oops, wrong one. Yeah, that was the Ranger there was clutch. Alright, let's discard some lands to grow our own Reclaimer. I think we... don't want to be casting Leo. We're just playing for lethal next turn. If they want to spend mana to Punishing Fires, we're okay with that. Sure. Uh-oh. That might mean a Tabernacle. Actually, that's strange. Alright, I actually like this. And then we can, yeah. Wow, I did not think we were going to win that match. We essentially had to go for it after they set up Punishing Fire Recursion, and we just the deck bailed us out there. I mean, I don't know if Shepard is the reason to like. I don't think it did anything. The reason why we won was the glimpse hit the Korean Ranger, and then we had just like insane draws after that. Um, it's good. Don't get me wrong. Like, I just think the card out of fair decks that I am most scared of at the moment is Plague Engineer, and I think the way I've built this deck is we don't really lose the Plague Engineer, in my opinion. Not great, but I think that's a keep because it has lands. Yes, I am definitely more afraid of Arcanus. That's correct. Jeez, okay. Arcanus is definitely the scariest card out of Fair decks. I mean, what I mean to say is, I don't want the deck to lose fair matchups at all, because I think as an elf deck, that's where you're supposed to be favored, and one of the ways to do that is to make yourself soft to engineer, which this version is not really soft to engineer. With respect to ley lines, I'm testing two duress right now because I think the deck needs help against Doomsday and the mirror. And Leyline doesn't do anything in each, to be honest. Okay, so that is kind of annoying. I'm not gonna fetch Arbor because we know they have a punishing fire out, and I don't want to get myself essentially sinkholed. This is the only window that we have to get the loam, so I think we have to do it. It feels really bad because they have punishing fire, but I'm. Jeez. Okay, so they, yeah. What can you do? Nope, not gonna tap that. Sure. We haven't. Okay, so I missed play there. I forgot we hadn't played a spell this game yet, so I could have once upon a time in response to the Richardson port. I'm gonna go ahead and just pretend. I'm gonna load up for a one big turn essentially, because there's no point of playing a dude there when he has punishing fire out. Yeah, that's the thing. Reclaimer is just sometimes reads win target game against certain scenarios, certain matchups. I think we just want to hit lands, right? Actually, they don't have. Why do I think they have a punishing fire? Maybe they don't. They may go for the combo here. which I think I'm okay with. No, I agree with We're on Court. I think this version is much better against Rug Delver than the Neto version. Snow is like a buy. Rug, they're gonna mold to Arcanus. So if you can have Decay at the right time or Reclaimer being a 3/4, you probably win. Oops, I fetched the wrong. Okay, so I am misclicking here. I don't think we were winning this regardless. Yeah. So let's. We don't even have the oof to try to. Yeah. I'm not sure I understand the question, guys. I'm more concerned about Arcanist than Engineer, but I think Rug is better suited. Sorry, this version is better suited against Rug Delver than the Neto version. So I think we're dead here, but I wasn't really paying much attention. Yeah, I think maybe I'm not. Maybe we're talking about two different things. So yeah, Rug I think is a very good matchup because yeah, Reclaimer. Yeah, I'll just concede. That's fine. This might have been doomed from the start because of the turn one sphere. Um, yeah, I think Rug is a good matchup because of the Reclaimer being a 3/4. You can block Arcanus. Decays help. Yeah, that's fine. And I think Snow is like, unless they have like 8 pieces of hate or something in the sideboard, it's pretty easy to navigate through. They don't have any pressure. So they don't have any kind of pressure, and you have the Cabal Pit to deal with their hate bears. They didn't do anything turn one, which is kind of scary. So we have the turn three Progenitus, potentially. I am curious what they're doing. Maybe that's a crop rotation for Tabernacle? I don't know. Although they would have done it on their turn, I would think. No, we don't want... Removal is generally... Spot removal is generally bad against elves. I don't want to make the deck even worse against spot removal. And tribal decks... I mean, the mirror, it would help, but... I think that's something... Oh my god, I'm not paying attention. I could have surgical the punishing fire. Oh, it just makes things worse. I apologize. I'm playing worse today than I normally am. Not multitasking very well. Yeah, I mean, it's nice. I just don't think it helps your bad matchups. That was really bad by me, though. Not paying attention. Oh my goodness. Alright, we know about a mind break trap. And a loam, so we can save the bog. We lost our Queen Ranger for no reason though. I feel good about our chances to win, despite all of my efforts to punt. Sure. Because we know about the mind retreat, we can play around. And then now we have a Progenitus. And then we're going to eat the loam, so now I think we're in a really good shape here. It takes 2 hits. Yep. Whew! We got there. It wasn't easy, and I punted like 2-3 times, but I am really sorry, chat. I am not playing very well right now, but we still got there. Alright, so let me review some of the chat going on. Sorry, I was not playing very well, so I was trying to focus to try to salvage what I could there. Alright, Newton's approach has been to hit Arcanes with Decay and Engineer with Thoughtseize. Still, Reclaimer has more percentage of survivor but after Engineer, plus it normally has Cabal. Yeah, I agree with everything Runcore said. What are bad matchups? Okay, so that's a good point. So let's get to the bad matchups portion. Because everybody wants to face bad matchups, right? Bad matchups tends to be, in my opinion, fast combo. I think Lands is a hard matchup, even though I just won back-to-back against Lands. It's just like very miserable to play against. But you can beat it. In my opinion, the really hard matchups tend to be like Show and Tell because you don't have good hate for it. Reanimator game 1 is pretty much unwinnable. So if Reanimator is popular in your meta, you probably need more than what I have. The good thing is most good players don't really play Reanimator because that deck loses to itself sometimes. And if people wanted to, they can really hate out that deck. So I'm not really leveraging against Reanimator right now. And decks like Dredge and especially Hogak, I think UR Delver can be tough if they have insane draws. Really depends, I think. I think that matchup I might want Natural Order again, based on what we saw earlier. But I think it's definitely winnable. They're like a burn deck almost, like depending on the version. Let's see. Yeah, so Reclaimer is insane. Thanks, Ken Sportsfan. Yeah, we're trying to Leo Ball today. We went 3-2 first league. We should have been 4-1 really. I punted with lethal because I misclicked, and then so we didn't have enough attackers. But I'm trying Leo Ball today just to see how I like it. Unfortunately, we haven't really run into the matchups for it yet. For instance, we ran into Lands so far twice, and that's not really trying to get to 3 different colors against Lands is not really where I want to be. Yeah, so bad matchups. Doomsday, I think is like kind of a bad matchup, and that's why I'm running the Tutor Brass. I don't want to miss with Cabal Therapy. The Mirror can be hard. That's actually the deck we punted against. I think overall though, if you're playing Eternal Weekend, I think this is close to what I would play, and this is like a maybe right now because I'm just testing it. If you don't want to take a chance, I think this could be good. I subbed out the. I'm playing 1 Trop and 1 Leovold instead of the 9th Fetch and the 3rd Once Upon a Time. Yeah, if they're playing all of the really tempo-centric cards, it can be tough. Depends how many cards that they're running though. Let's try to get back on the train here. couple shout outs to people doing well. Let's see. The Style I recently got a 5-0 based off Delver. The Daddy's probably Dredge. I don't know what MM17 is. Theo's probably on Rug Delver. Mulligan. Rough Tumble, yeah, it can be rough. Pun intended. Alright, let's keep. Let's put this back. Uh, as a rule of thumb, I like to lead with redundant creatures, but leading with Wirewood is like a very weak start. I don't really like doing that. It's kind of a signal you don't really have much going on. Alright, we're setting up for the turn 2. Sorry, turn 3 here. So the thing about, wow, they're forcing it. Okay, so I'm gonna pass just because I need the mana. I want the Arbor end step, and then that generates 4 mana turn 2 for the turn 3 glimpse. And the fact that they forced here, maybe they had remove, I don't know. But that is kind of interesting. You seem to playing really aggressively though. I'm gonna go for the Arbor. If they want to fetch proactively, so be it. Jeez, okay. This is kind of awkward. Let's play the Wirewood here. Let's see what they do. We can generate 2 mana actually by untapping the Arbor and bouncing the should cancel. Oh, they didn't go for it. So maybe they're holding it for an Arcanist or something. Sure. The ghost is kind of clear. And I'm going to leave, actually, the Visionary on board. And that's because we need the mana. Let's go for it. And that's actually a line most people don't see. The Lee Visionary on board line. Not very intuitive. I'm not sure why they didn't do that. My guess would be maybe they think a Cradle or something else is coming up. I probably shouldn't have done that. So they might. Given that I don't have any extra mana, I'm gonna attack here. I don't care about trading. Yeah, having a formula would be nice. Unfortunately, now we're dead to 2 attacks. We're unfortunately at 6 life, which is not very attractive. So they can't really waste us because Force of Negation is down. So that's interesting. Do we have lethal with... No, we don't. We are looking for a... Did not get there. Yeah, we unfortunately did not get there. There, aggressive forcing is kind of frustrating play pattern, but it is what it is. Like, yeah. I don't believe so. Theo's really good. I'm sure he held it up for a reason. I feel like I should have some. No, that's right. Yeah, it's possible. I feel like that's not the correct play though. They should have definitely wasted the arbor. We just could not get there for some reason. When in doubt, always get the cradle. Yeah. I think we're favored against Hogak. I don't think we much because of Reclaimer. Like they have to have the Alter plus Hogak plus, and like Reclaimer is huge in that matchup. I don't think I can understate how huge Reclaimer is. All right, let's lead with this. If they counter it, they counter it. We're gonna run without the Cabal Pit because we don't want the Cradle getting wastelanded. Land drops are good. Yeah, exactly. Reclaim and 4 Green Sun too for Reclaimer. Although that's kind of slow against Hogak. You really want to turn 1. 100%. You want it. That's one of the ways to lose a game. In fact, when I natural order and it's not lethal, I usually get Alter in that matchup instead of Archon. Well, actually, Archon is. You can name Artifact too, I guess. Depends if it's already out and whatnot. They are just on the aggro me out plan, I guess. Sure. That is very awkward. I think we need to stop the damage now. Sure. So they're trying to aggro us out, and we have double decay, so that's good. Yeah, I thought about that. I'm not really a fan of trying to do that. That seems a little gimmicky. One thing that's huge in the matchup is we're Reclaimer sacrificing our own, what is it called? Our own Dryad Arbor. So that comes up a lot. Alright, we're gonna try to gun down this insect as well with our Cabal Pit later. Sure. That strangely turns on our Cabal Pit, which is kind of funny. Two mana, sure. Actually, cancel. I'm gonna attack first. Yeah, Natural Order does the job too. Yeah, I had a game recently where I sacked. They had Altar and Bridge, so they thought they could combo me out, and I sacked my own Arbor in response. So, and they couldn't. They didn't have enough cards left in the graveyard to mill me out, which is kind of funny. Jeez, they have a Goyf too. The good thing is we can keep fogging Goyf down the road if need be. We're not quite there yet. I'm not gonna bounce my Visionary because I think we win if this game goes long, and then we can block bounce. Since, hmm. We'll see. If I have time, yeah, I will. I'm not 100% sure yet. So I don't think we can lose this game now. What I did there is you don't want to bounce Visionary when you're light on mana and you're trying to keep a Glimpse Chain up. We have 2 Decay, so we're just going to use it now. We can go for lethal here. Yep. So I went through that really quick. That was muscle memory, I guess. But long story short, winning a Glimpse Chain. Winning a Glimpse Chain. What's it called? You want to be able to bounce back Korean Ranger a lot of times because that's how you generate mana, and we were mana light there. And they were down to 1 or 2 cards. I don't think they can grind us out like when they're down to 1 or 2 cards typically. This is a little bit scary, but I think we keep. It loses to Force plus Wasteland. Or Daze plus Wasteland. We play Ranger to protect the Bayou, obviously. Yeah, I'm gotta play it safe. Nice. Daze? Yeah. So they did have the Wasteland. I don't think we care about Oko. It's annoying, but I don't know if we care. Yeah, I just didn't want to lose the Wasteland right there. And sure. Ugh, that is just awful right now. We got a little lucky too, game 1, but Theo's a good player, so happens. Okay, here I think we have no choice but to decay. I'm gonna decay on upkeep too. Otherwise, there's too many threats coming down. They seem to have a force heavy hand. That eat a daze or force. Yeah, okay. The Reclaimer is huge though. Maybe have a bolt. Yeah, I think we're okay with that. I think if they don't have any threats, we live with it. Oh my god. We just need to hit lands. Yep. That's good. Oh my god. Did they have all their dazes this game? Yeah. Oh my god. The only redeeming part is at least we haven't been hit with like a Canis or anything yet. That is frustrating, I must say. How many wasteland did they hit it with 4 days is 2 wasteland. That's probably our Arcanus now. That's a lot of looks. We need to hit a fetch right now. Like, literally right now. One time? Nope. They may force this. Yeah. There's the, okay, so that's not too bad. We can get the Arcanus off the board. If nothing else. This is really close though. Sure. $13. Sure. This is like really close. Alright, so they need to dig for another threat, and we have a glimpse that is just waiting to go off. The reason why I led with Waterwood there is to develop mana, because we couldn't, glimpsing for one doesn't make any sense. Yeah, this match has been insane so far. Jesus. So that might be a force of negation. Nope. Delver. Okay. That was not what we wanted. Okay. What do you mean not attacking? All right. So I think if this is any indication for Eternal Weekend, there's gonna be a lot of Delver. It's all good. It happens. That was a crazy intense match. Yeah, I think we were so close to turning the corner that match. Um, we just, man, finding the mandrills off the top was pretty big there. I think we need to protect the reclaimer and try to untap and take the Arcanist off the board. It's unfortunate to lose it over. I think, unfortunately, people play like very aggressively against us now because I think they can't beat us otherwise. So they either multi Arcanist or something like triple Delver hands. Oko? Huh. So this is gonna be interesting. They're gonna probably they may elk us maybe. Sure, that's gonna target the Wirewood most likely. It, hitting the Arbor is actually better in my opinion. It's the free block. They can elk us, which is kind of frustrating to be honest. Yeah, we gotta safely develop our mana here. Not the best matchup for Leovold, unfortunately. It, sometimes, similar to Ren and 6, against an Arcanist, you can potentially go wide. Okay, so that drew a force. If they want to exchange here, I guess, so to speak, it's not the end of the world for us. I actually don't. I think Arcanist is more egregious. I get the merit I hear, the argument I hear for banning Oko is if you only ban Arcanist, then Snow is too strong. But I think this is a more egregious card than Oko. Oko is a 3-drop after all. So, and combo decks, I mean, it doesn't really do much against combo decks. Okay, so we had a lot of panic here. So they want to elk one of our guys again. That's not. Oh, nice! Congrats, Eddie. Good seeing you. I lost to Rug Delver in the previous match, so that's kind of frustrating. Um, Opponent actually game three was kind of a nuts game. Game two, actually, I think our opponent actually had the nuts kind of all three games, or at least actually game three. No, it was back and forth, but game one we lost to triple Delver, or maybe it was double Delver, and we needed one more life to stabilize essentially. Sure. Okay, so we're gonna take a lot of damage right now. And Leo is kind of a liability at this point. So perhaps it might not be worth it to run Leo for the show and tell in the Doomsday matchup and just accept that we can improve our Rug Delver matchup because this is a blink at the moment. They're probably attacking all three, yeah. Our opponent went turn 1 Bolt, turn 2 Arcanus, into turn 3 Oko, which is kind of insane. Yeah, I unfortunately think people are just hard molding to Arcanus against Elves, which is kind of annoying game one when you don't have Abrupt Decay. That play pattern gets punished post-port though. Skip the Bayou. That's a good draw. Let's play this out now. In case it matters. Yes. So let's see. I don't think we block. It's not lethal. We need the mana here, and depending what they do, we can try to steal the win too, with the Shepherd kill. For Eddie or anybody else joining in right now, we went 3-2 in the first league. I punted with lethal on the stack. I should have been a 4-1 in the mirror. I clicked on the wrong creature to untap with lethal. Okay, so they make a dude. Now we have to block. Interesting. Why would they do that? Yeah, I don't know what they're doing here. They need to be attacking with all. So I don't understand what's going on there. But yeah, it's a debate whether this is worth it or not. This card for the combo matchups. We did beat lands twice, which is kind of good. Sure, no attacks, no blocks. We need the mana. Jeez, okay. So they probably found the Wasteland off the Ponder because it doesn't make sense why they would keep Reclaimer up. I think here we need the mana, so Heritage Druid, and let's check our draws. Not what we were looking for. Actually, let's untap something right now to block. We're still dead here, but they curved Bolt Arcanus into Oko against us, which is kind of unreal. Actually, let's float for mana. Alright, there's no sequence of draws that gets us out of this. Alright. Time to bring in the removal suite. Actually, wrong one. There's an argument for one, what is it called? One natural order as a win condition over Leovold. Maybe I like that better. Because I want to be safe in how I fetch in this matchup. We're trying just for today. I went 4-1 last night with this, so I thought, oh, why not run it back? I wanted a card against Doomsday and, excuse me, Doomsday and Show and Tell, but it has proven to be somewhat of a liability. Shout out to Jack Kendall. He thought it would be, so he deserves credit for that. I think we keep. It's a little bit scary if they go Force Wasteland. Sure. Canonus? You mean to her own deck, Eddie? I mean, I think you mean Deafening Silence. Splashing White is actually a real cost, unfortunately. Okay, how aggressive do you want to be here? I think we play a few dudes and at worst get 2 for 1. We don't want to be too eager beaver here, especially since we're on the play. It's not so much the cast blue, it's blue plus black is the issue. Maybe that's okay. I'm gonna fetch for Arbor. We're not under a ton of pressure, so I don't want to extend into a sweeper. No, I actually don't think so. I think there's gonna be easier cards. I mean, decks that are easier to pilot or that are known to be good, such as Hogak or Hogak being like a Delver Prey. There's probably gonna be a lot of Delver, I would guess. Trying to think what else. If somebody's really new to Legacy, maybe they're on like something like Reanimator, which is easier to play, or Eldrazi. But I'm not sure what else that is expensive that we'll see a lot of play. Yeah, that's fine. That tells me they don't have a sweeper potentially. That's a good draw. Sure. Yeah, Sneak and Show would be like one of those decks where, you know, easier to play, kind of gets a lot of free wins. Not that, yeah. Sneak and Show, Reanimator, Eldrazi tend to be like the new to Legacy decks, where you get a lot of free wins, but you don't have to really know how Legacy works, if that makes sense. So they seem to have a very reactive hand, just based on how it's playing out so far. And that favors us. High IQ decks. I would say Reclaimer Elves is the hardest deck in Legacy, followed by probably Doomsday. I don't know if anybody would disagree with that. Trying to think what else is like a hard deck. Storm, some parts are hard, but the actual kill is not. Tess, I feel like maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. I feel like the hands kind of play themselves, but I don't know. So they want to force this. They can. I don't even. Like I don't even care to protect the Green Sun. You just grind them out. If they want to force it, they can. But would you say non? No, I think Doomsday is harder than the traditional list. I think Reclaimer is what makes Elves this version very hard. And the big thing is knowing when to activate is the tricky part, in my opinion. It a long time, probably since 2013. More recently for Moto, more recently. So now we have like a million cards. I believe this is gonna go to game 3. We can race this insect out in aberration if need be. Lands, yeah, I would say Lands is probably one of the harder decks. That's probably true. Although it's gotten easier now, I think, than before because the win condition has linearized to merit lage instead of before. I don't even know how they won, like barbarian, ring recursion, things like that, or punishing part. In general, most decks have gone easier over time. To be fair, um, this deck, I guess, if you want to count this as a off branch of elves, elves used to not have natural order as part or cradle hoof, natural order to cradle hoof as part of the package. Um, so that was harder to win back then too. Um, natural order is kind of like show and tell. You just put it in and win. It's not really any thinking involved. Yes, Turbo Depths. It's kind of like elves in a way, and they're Golgari decks, I know, but the wins are sometimes easy, but to play optimally, I think it's difficult. Like, there's a lot of lines that a lot of people don't see. A very good lands Turbo Depths player is Tom Hep. If anybody gets a chance to watch him, you guys should. Hey, how's it going, Pokemoki? We are just talking about hard and easy decks. So, yeah, I think elves, especially this version, is probably the hardest deck in Legacy. I think Doomsday might be easier than the Neto version, but I it's probably close. Yeah, Tom is an amazing player. For those who don't know Pokemoki, he is I think he was like second on the leaderboard for trophies last season, and he runs a Rug mid range, aka Pokemoki Pile or Pokepile deck that is very strong. It runs like I would think Arcanus is probably the strongest card in Legacy, but yes, I have heard that Show and Tell is the hardest part of the deck. I wouldn't know. I don't really play it much, but I think in Legacy, I don't know, man. Arcanus is pretty strong. Well, Brainstorm, not sure. So let's see here. We are going to kill that and use the mana. Maybe they're not aware of that interaction. Okay, so I am not sure of what happened on Twitter, but anybody care to catch me up? I'll weigh in for my 2 cents if you want. We lost to Rug last round, and I'm not trying to not lose that again. I mean, granted, Theo is a very good player. Which is what? Arcanus? I don't know what the argument is. Is it Arcanus versus Oko? I would just to put into perspective, I'd rather stare down an Arcanus, sorry, a Plague Engineer than a Dreadhorde Arcanus. Just for the record. And it's come up too. I think we want lands. Yeah, I have a screenshot somewhere of me taking down multiple Arcanus before even dealing with the Engineer. I ended up winning the match because Engineer, like, I don't think I care really about that card. This version, at least. I lost to Eddie on it, but, so shout out to Eddie for beating me. Like, not too recently. Kind of recently, but, in general, like, this version of the deck is pretty resilient against Engineer. I'd rather face 2 Engineers than 1 Arcanist, for what it's worth. So if anybody want to quote me, they can. Like the low key secret is elves actually can beat, not all the time, but can reliably beat Plague Engineer. So let's see. Do we decay here or not? I don't think we do. The problem is it's kind of inefficient use of mana though. It's okay. I think, yeah, let's see. We have the Reclaimer for the next turn, I guess. So the best turn one play versus elves is Delver. I think it's Dark Ritual, but maybe I'm not understanding the question. So here I'm just trying to make efficient use of mana, which is why I did what I did. Also, that can happen. Ooh, the one of natural order. I think here we probably want to stick an Reclaim pretty soon. I don't want to give our opponent too much time, so let's do that. The first Visionary was to buy time, essentially. I would say Chalice of the Void is scary if you count that as a turn one play. But yeah, the best threat is probably Delver of Secrets. Or actually, if you count it, Reclaimer is pretty good too. All right, the game's over. I don't really know what happened there, but all right. So I am not happy about this. Did want to beat Rug Delver, but we'll settle for that. We won the grudge match. 1 yo, 2 yo. Ooh, that's an ugly hand. Actually, hold on. Am I being too quick with that? Yeah, we don't have any payoff, so we gotta lead with some other stuff. The green sun is earmarked for a Visionary now. This is Legacy. This is a book. So okay, maybe I can bring up that screenshot in the meantime of me killing Arcanus before a Plague Engineer. Actually, no. I better focus. Gilded Goose. Interesting. So that force was unexpected, but might be good actually. What did they pitch? Oko? Okay.
Maybe they have a second.
Ooh, sure. So I don't know about these plays here, but I'll take it. They're inadvertently ramping us. Like I said, this is for Visionaire. That was an insane draw. I wonder if they have like a Plague Engineer or something in main deck. I don't know what they're on. 4 mana? Retreat? Leovold probably. If I were to guess. Yep. That's fine. We have our mini win condition here. Yeah, agreed. For sure. 100%. I love it when the opponent's F6. So the casual swing in with 3. See if they blindly block. We also had our the Shepherd there to force the line through. But typically, if they want to force things, Elves doesn't really care about it. So they must not see this, because that doesn't make any sense. Yep. Yeah, 100%, for sure. For sure. Okay, so we saw Leovold, Green Sun. And these kind of, against these type of decks, they tend to have Plague Engineer. They're controlled. I think we want to board in Thoughtseizes. Get in the old boy Prague. Bog typically isn't very good against these decks. I don't think they run Euro. You can cut a Cradle too, because they'll typically run Wasteland, I think. Maybe 1 or 2. The Cabal Pit to deal with Hate Bears, typically Plague Engineer. Oof is like not very good. Trying to cheese a win off Astrolabe is not advised by me. You want to cut 1-drops that rely on critical mass because of Plague Engineer. So, am I forgetting anything? What am I forgetting? Oh, Caracas to deal with the Leovold. That's right. And then we have we're running Leovold today. I don't know how good it's been so far. Not particularly good. We haven't run into combo too, so that might be why. I think that's fine. Okay, not where we want to be. I'm tempted to keep this hand, but I think this is, you can't. Because the problem is the 4th land is already a mole, and then the progenitor is a mole, so that's a mole of 5 already. Typically speaking, Elves wants to operate off 2 to 3 lands. At least in the early game. 1 is kind of sketch, but I keep it anyways. 2 is kind of ideal, especially if 1 is a Cradle. 3 is fine too. Any extra is extra. That is probably one of the worst draws we can have. One of my favorite plays, and it's funny, I haven't played against this, Bug Zenith deck in a while, is when they have a Leovold out, I end step Reclaimer for the Caracas, and then I cast Glimpse. If they Then they have to force before I Caracas their. Why am I waiting? Zenith or Zenith? Either way. Tomato, tomato. All right. I think we need to look for more lands. Yeah. That's fine. Our plan is to jam natural order pretty soon. Also, what this does too is if we play Wirewood, okay, that kind of foils that. If we play Wirewood, then they'll be forced to respond, and then we have extra Visionary in hand that they don't know about. Alright, so let's see. Coronas. Alright, that's fine. So here's the moment of truth. If they have the force or not. Based on the response, maybe they have removal. Oh, okay, we had to go for it. Like, we still have two natural orders in our deck, so not quite out of it yet. We needed the Thoughtseize earlier to take. It wouldn't have mattered here because they have two engineers, but I think here we just dig for another natural order. That's fine. I don't think we care. Sure. Five. So we can survive two more attacks potentially. Thanks for the follow, Vivers. Appreciate it. Sure, don't care. That is an interesting one. Not where we want to be. So that's 2, 4, 5, 6. I don't think there's an out. They should be attacking with awe, but I don't know why they're not. That just buys me more time. That is a hell of a draw. I guess. Yeah, earlier I said I'd rather face two Plague Engineers than an Arcanist. That's still true, though. I'd rather face this than Arcanist. Arcanist I would have lost already. I'm still alive here, see? And oh, okay, they have the Decay. That's fine. They should be swinging with awe, but let's see. No, okay, that's just buying me time. Gotta thin out the deck. That is actually very good right now. Let's do it this way. In case I draw Leo. Needed this earlier. They seem torn on what to do. Oh, a turn late. Actually, let's do this. I want to see what's in their hand. Okay. All right, let's. Can Caracas bounce? I mean, it can bounce Leopold. I'm not sure what the question is. That's good. All right, this hand is better. We have acceleration now. The other hand, we couldn't quite get there in time, and they had the force for the what's it called it, the natural order, anyways. It could. That's a good point. Didn't think about that. I mean, we were still dead regardless. Interesting plays here. If they have a play engineer on Arbor, that would be brutal here. Thanks for ramping me. Interesting plays. Too good. Yeah, I'm gonna go lean into the glimpse combo. That's pretty good. Play engineer. The good thing is if they plague engineer here, we know natural order is getting through. Nope. That's even better. We can seize first. Alright, that's game. Alright, we lost game two to getting our natural order countered, but we got their game three. Looks like I'm getting my value getting value for this league. It's a very decorated 2-1, 1-2, 2-1, 2-1. Oh, this is a new one. Anybody know what Easy Money Marksman plays? Or Baby? I haven't seen some of these users. We lost to Rug Delver. Game 3 was kind of insane. Their brainstorm ripped a Mandrills after we had stabilized. In game 1, they had double Delver flipped on the play. Yeah, Mitchell is killing it with Stoneblade. Yeah, Spellhold, that's Eddie and I's LGS. We have Mitchell, myself, and whoever else, I guess. Some good players, Max, Eddie. Max Torsion, exactly. If you guys know who he is, Matt Chung. Good friend of mine. There you go. So close. Alright, that's a lot better. Put the arbor back. So the game plan here looks like to be forcing the natural order through. Maybe it's the mirror. Nope, looks like it's Turbo Depths. Could be Cloud Pulse too. Yeah. Jinx. So this actually, we have a perfect lead into turn 3 natural order. Barring anything crazy happening. We could have Glacial Chasm to deal with our win, but that's fine. They can go to 0 lands, I guess. Primers? No, I don't think so. I have like a few notes on the differences between my version and the traditional version, but that assumes you already know how to play the original version. Okay, so here you don't want to be greedy and just like draw the hoof randomly. So I'm gonna go ahead and just cast the natural order now. They might be getting Glacial Chasm, but that's okay. they'll be going back to 0 lands essentially. So that's good. We'll let the mana die, I guess, or not float. Here, we're just gonna dig for a Collector Oof and try to cut their outs. I've played this matchup enough now to know what to do post Glacial Chasm. Pun not intended with a post. Alright, so that's fine. Yeah, the latest one is actually just on MTG The Source. It's pretty outdated. Nobody's written a primer since. I've done some. I did a video, or I think the best thing you can do is just watch videos. John. So they have a Glimmer Post. That's a insane draw. All right, we're gonna draw up our deck now. And I think the relevant cards in this matchup are Collector Oof that we want to dig for, and maybe, and this is a big maybe, the Leovold. Actually, Archon is relevant too, to just shut out like any possible outs that they could have. Exactly, or exactly. So we're in the prison phase now. We're just setting up lock pieces and making sure we don't lose this game somehow. Alright, so let's not waste time, I guess. Greens. It would. Unfortunately, we don't have it. Mm-hmm. What? I guess we can just dig, see if we have a Leovold or something. Oh, there's a Leovold. Uh, yeah, pretty much. Pretty much. Archon is gonna shut off, I believe, instant. Crop rotation matters. And then, let's see. I'm gonna get the Leovold into play. In case they somehow have a way to draw. Yeah, it used to be Deathrite, unfortunately. Let's just pass. Save time. Yeah, that's right. Was a big reason why the deck got easier to play for a little bit. I don't even know if it's worth playing anything right here. I guess a Wirewood. Pretty much, yeah. I won through Glacial Chasm and not Ensnaring Bridge, also Ensnaring Bridge, but Moat before because of Deathrite Shaman. You just glimpse, find all your sorceries, dump into the yard, and then kill them, drain them out. I'm saving the bog in case they have some kind of recursion, as a heads up. Yeah, so Glacial Chasm, not impossible to beat there, as we saw. It also helped we were on the play because they had to essentially go back to 0 lands on turn 2. We do not have Wasteland, unfortunately, as part of the package right now. I'm trying to think what matters in this matchup. I don't think. I think maybe we want Thoughtseize and Leo's not great. I think we want to just be fast, to be honest. The rest, no, I don't think so. Although interesting, tempting though. Let's try it. Actually, I'm curious. Take their win conditions. Speaking of the devil. Exploration? That's a new one. Uh-huh. I think I Thoughtseize into Duress. In case they have a creature. Okay, so they have the same. Yeah, it does. I just think Progenitus probably does more in this matchup. Archon is kind of slow. It's a good chance our Duress is gonna whiff, but I think we kind of do it now. Golos, okay. So 1, 2, 3. So the information matters a lot too, because we know the chasms in their deck they can't rotate for it. So natural is just lethal now. So they're one short from Golos. We have a one turn window essentially. And I think we just want to draw a card so natural is lethal next turn. Even if they both just cycle. Ideally we draw a creature there. So let's see if they hit the Golos. Utility. That actually is kind of annoying. Because now Hoof is not lethal anymore. Hmm. We're gonna get a Progenitus here. Because it can't be made the following turn. So that's gonna represent like 14-ish power. They can preemptively play the Chasm, but I think they'll wait a turn. And because they are tanking, I don't think they hit a land to play the Golos. That or they're debating whether to play the Chasm. If we can hit a creature here off the top, that would be ideal. Okay, so they did that. We are just hitting land after land. There's an argument to natural order here for a hate bear or like a visionary, but I think the natural order is too good because the minute they pop the Chasm, stage. Oh, for depths, that's right. So maybe we want the Archon then to name instant. It would buy a turn too. Okay, so now that we know about that, I think we want the Caracas. Yeah, I agree. I think we want the Archon back. And then the Caracas too, because we can find it. The Duress, I think, was not particularly great. Actually, man, it was. It's probably fine, I think. I think that's a tough call. Yeah, let's try this. Somewhat slow hand, but we shall see. I think there's a good chance our next turn is just get Cradle. Strange that they don't run Snow Cover. I think. Okay, so they're gonna name the Reclaimer here. That's fine. That means we attack and probably play the Heritage Druid and the fetch. Symbiote. Good thing we boarded some out. Okay, so this is interesting because we have a turn 2, but the Wirewood is hurt here. I think we play that and attack, and then we have potentially lethal the following turn, depending what they do. It sets up a glimpse line too. Map. I think they're leaving a crop rotation for Chasm in case we have lethal. Alright, so that's not lethal unfortunately. But we can start our glimpse turn. And we can shut off the map with the Green Sun for Oof. Which, ooh, that now it's lethal. Yeah, we didn't board out Oof. So sequencing kind of matters here. You want to threaten lethal. So let's see what they do. Cancel. Actually, we don't beat a maze just yet. Actually, oh, man. Now we beat a maze. Yep. Okay. So the good old 4-1, not bad. I don't know why it's not showing. There we go. We lost to Rug Delver, but I think their hand was pretty good. Overall, I'm not too sure about the Leovold. Maybe because we just didn't hit the matches for it, but I think maybe it's just best because I don't want to make I think what should be a sure win against Delver a sudden liability with this Leovold and Trop. So depending how scared I am Doomsday, maybe I just address that with the sideboard. The traditional list would be this. Add one more, and add one more. And of course Verdant is on color with Reclaimer to represent depths. I don't think anybody believes I'm actually on depths. But if people don't know, if you're picking it up, for instance, might help you, especially if you played depths before and want to pick up elves. The sideboard, I know there's some Dredge players here up in the chat. There is no ley line at the moment, but I alternate between leagues, so beware. Anybody have any questions for me? I'm just curious. Surgical is a hedge towards Doomsday, which I think might be popular in the near term. Same for Duress. Like, I built a sideboard. I built the main deck essentially with Delver in mind, and then I built a sideboard for other decks, if that makes sense. So this is like the one really bad card, I guess, against Delver, but everything else is pretty strong. And I only actually have 4 non-arbor fetchable lands, but I think just having a high density is important because This being a 3/4 means Arcanus is stonewalled. I get only one Shepherd. I get that question a lot. Why only one? I just don't think it's necessary. It doesn't do anything by itself, in my opinion. Also makes you vulnerable to Plague Engineer when you don't need to be. Uh, 4 decays, that's Delver Respect. So, I kind of answered this a little bit earlier in the sense that I was talking about Eternal Weekend. If you're a new Legacy player and want to do well instead of, going through growing pains, so to speak, uh, and especially if you played other formats before, probably Eldrazi because a lot of the attacking heuristics apply, and the deck is fairly straightforward enough where I don't think you can mess it up like too much. Reanimator traditionally gets mentioned by a lot of people, but the problem is playing through hate is not particularly easy. You get a lot of free wins, but also you're probably just gonna lose because you don't know how to play against the hate. Uh, I think if you're willing to, well, let me see what else. Show and tell is like fairly easy if you can't trip before. Those are typically the good options. Burn is fairly straightforward, but I think power level wise it might be a little lacking, personally speaking. Uh, I think Death and Taxes is like fairly easy to play in my opinion. Uh, but that's if you don't really play Revoker. If you cut that from the list, the rest of the build is like pretty straightforward. I think. Let's see comments on your list. Let's see. 4 Reclaimer, 4 Visioner, for what? I like that so far. So I'm gonna bring this up for everybody. Uh, so what do like is that you have the 4 Reclaimers because that's like a free win against some decks, like graveyard based decks. It's also sometimes a free win against Delver. You make a 3/4, they can't kill it. I do think you need to be playing 4 Rangers. Protecting your Bayous and Arbors from Wasteland is pretty big, and especially if you're keeping one land hands, like they allow you to have explosive starts still. Uh, I think that's really well. Actually, let me see. Yeah, I think 19 lands is like very low. I'd probably cut the peatland, play another fetch. Or actually, in addition to this, if you really want the peatland, I would just play another fetch. Um, so you can cut whatever you need to cut. Probably crop rotation because uh, crop rotation is nice if you have spare spots, but these days the list is kind of tight. Sideboard, I would probably play 4 Thoughtseize, but 3 is probably passable, especially with 2 Therapy. I'd probably max Thoughtseize before Therapy because you can bring Thoughtseize in against fair decks. I think 2 Decay, 1 Trophy is asking to lose to Delver because you only have really 3 early removal spells, one of which is counterable. But unless you're not afraid of Delver, I think that's asking to lose. I just don't think Ooze is necessary these days. If you have 4 Reclaimer. This card is interesting because let's see, where's my list? I'm playing right now, but I hate the card. I'm very tempted to do this or 2 Leyline. It's something to mess with graveyard players. Maybe like 2 Leyline, 1 Surgical. Let's get back to the list. Okay, so Oof sideboard I think is a little weak. I personally like to play it main. 2 mana 2/2 is still pretty good when you have Natural Order and Glimpse. So those are the main recommendations. If you want to play Netto, you can. You want to play Shepherd, you can. I definitely would play the fourth. My only thing is you definitely play the 4th Ranger. You definitely want another land here. You're asking to lose the Wasteland. Change things around for EW, sure. But yeah, this seems soft to Wasteland or Delver. Reclaimer helps though, to be fair. All right. Yeah, we had a max lead, 15. Sorry, max league, 15 games. Which is kind of crazy. But I think I'm gonna call it night. That was 2 leagues that we went through. We went 3-2, 4-1. The 3-2 should have been a 4-1. We punted with lethal on the stack. I'll mention that again. Because we misclicked on the wrong attacker. But overall, I think pretty happy with today. No problem, anytime. So if there are no other questions, I'm gonna sign off now. Thanks to everybody for tuning in.